Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, and welcome to another day in Azeroth. Dragon's Bane, Esme, Valerie, Ami, Wings of Love, Dustin, Tim. Good morning everybody, and welcome. Hope you're all doing well today, and having a fantastic Saturday. A little bit of housekeeping. I worked on some cooking. I did not work on first aid. Let's do that. I cleaned up the inventory, so we should be good there. I did a little bit of alchemy, so we have a ton of healing pots. And I might start sending some of these to my bank alts, because we need the minor healing pots to make lesser healing pots later on. So I can't vendor these. I need to make sure that I save the ones I don't need. But yeah, that's about it. Yeah, we're gonna play on the rogue today. We might switch over to the paladin at some point. It depends on how long we play. But I do want to start things off on the rogue for a little bit. We hit level 52 yesterday on the paladin, and my plan is to take them into Ungoro Crater on Monday. And I would really love to have a chunk of rested XP for going into Ungoro. You know what I mean? Because Ungoro is going to be a big zone for us. Ungoro is going to be a place where we fight like so many mobs. And I just feel like it'd be really nice if we started that journey with a big chunk of rested. Like however much rested 2 days can get us. So part of me wants to let the pally sit over the weekend. And just like that way, if we do it that way, there's a chance that Monday we could hit 53. You know, if I get a chunk of rested XP, and we go to Ungoro and we're killing everything, but we're also knocking out like a lot of quests, there's a chance we hit 53 on Monday. Whereas, like, if I play a little bit today and we don't have any rested, like, we're probably not going to make a lot of progress. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Ungoro's full of horde. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it'll be a hotly contested area. We'll see how that goes. But, you know, at least I don't play during prime time. That's the one good thing. Like, there might be horde, but there won't be nearly as many horde when I'm playing as there would be, like, during prime time. And honestly, I felt like, you know, we have a couple of super fans lurking out there who really want to find me, and the way they express their love is by ganking me. And I kind of thought like a weekend day they'd be more likely to have ganking availability, which is another reason why we're on the rogue today. So we can have just like a nice chill Saturday. And nobody has the power to like infringe upon my Saturday gaming. I don't do dungeons, just quest. I mean, I do dungeons when the situation arises. When I have the opportunity to dungeon, I do dungeons. Historically, I love doing 5-mans. On the Paladin, we didn't do very many. But no, I don't prioritize grinding dungeons in Classic Era. When it happens, it's like a nice little bonus. JP, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the stream. Jonathan, good morning, buddy. And welcome to anybody that I missed. Starting the stream off strong with some toe wiggling. Yes, we are. Some good old Wendigo toe wiggling. Haven't seen Chivmo lately. Yeah, it's been a couple days, but you know, people have real lives and people have jobs and families, and like sometimes stuff comes up and sometimes you don't hear from people for a while. It's kind of like what I found to be the case. I assume that when they're wanting to hang out and they're able to hang out, they will hang out. And if not, then they won't. Monica, good afternoon, good evening, welcome to the stream. Bandit, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Talon, good afternoon, buddy. Asmi, that sounds awesome. Congrats. That's really cool. It's 101 where you live today? That's really gross. You should move.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground. I have the finest wires in the land. Be good.
Alright, that's our third failed attempt. We'll get it eventually. There we go. Fourth time is a charm in this case. I'm so used to being at a higher level and fighting bears that are like twice our size that I almost feel bad for killing these tiny little bears. Same thing with like the tiny little Wendigos. I'm used to fighting like the bigger mobs. And now we're back to fighting tiny stuff. Why do I look ghostly? I don't know. I mean, I am basically a walking corpse at this point in my life. So that could explain it. Could be why. Oh, why does the rogue look ghostly? Oh, I don't know. Because she's got a different skin tone than we're used to looking at on the Paladin, probably. You probably just got used to the Paladin's darker skin tone. And we're also in Dunmorrow, where everything is white, and it's making us look a lot more pasty. There's also like a fog that's kind of rolling through, which is also kind of making us look rather pasty. But yeah, we're a pasty colored human. So yeah, it's the never seen the sun skin. It wasn't the palace skin color. It was actually 1 or 2 clicks darker than the palace. There's an herb here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I tried to give some like color variants from the other human that we're playing so that they looked visibly different. Basically, they still look kind of the same, but it's a little bit of a difference.
Interest you on a pint? What's your beck? Off with you.
Aye, off with you.
What can I get for you today? Safe travels.
Tim, thank you so much, man, for the 10 gifted memberships. Very, very kind of you, as always. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us today as we play some Classic Era Classic. I appreciate y'all being here. How am I doing today? I'm doing great. A great shirt. This shirt is like 10 years old. It's 8 years old. I don't have a lot of shirts. Today it was actually like a temperature outside and a temperature in the house that I could wear sleeves and not feel like I was gonna break out into a sweat any moment. So yeah, I have sleeves on today. I do have a couple of shirts with sleeves. Talon, thanks for the membership, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. So, here's a rogue question. Am I going to be able to learn dual wield at the trainer, or am I going to have to do a quest to get dual wield? I don't remember if they just give it to us, or if we have to do something for it. We get it right from the trainer. Excellent, excellent. We're very close. And actually, it hasn't been as painful as I thought it was going to be. I thought the rogue got a little painful around level 8. You know, like right before you get dual wield, but it's actually been pretty decent. Even with only having one weapon, we're still dealing a buttload of damage. Am I going to build the character for PvP? Probably not. I'll probably just do a combat build. I think combat's probably the best way to level up from what I've heard and what I've read. So we'll probably go into combat. We're going to be a sword-wielding combat rogue. I think if I was going to do a PvP build, it'd probably be like assassination or subtlety. Now that being said, obviously, like, we'll try different specs as we go. I'm sure once we're like 100 hours in, we'll be ready to try something a little different, so. Usually what I found is like, the specs that are not considered leveling specs, it's always better to try those at a higher level. That's kind of been my experience. It's like do the leveling spec until like the level 40s, and then if you really want to experiment with the other specs, they tend to get more powerful in the higher levels. Combat is also a good PvP spec. Well, there we go. There we go. Combat has the highest energy regen rate. Oh, that's really nice. I really like the sound of that. Yeah, the great thing about playing the rogue in vanilla is that I really have no idea about the rogue in vanilla, so a lot of it is going to be a learning experience, which is great. I love it. It's the best when I can learn the class from you guys, and I don't have to like look up a bunch or read a bunch and kind of discover it with you guys. I usually don't do this quest yet. I'm doing these quests in a like very different order. I think because we hit a higher level, I was able to open up this kill quest out here that I usually don't open up until our second visit back to Dunmorrow later on. I think we're gonna hit level 10 trying to finish this one. I think I want to finish this kill quest, turn this in, and then we'll hearth back to town. And then we'll train level 10. I know that technically the warrior is supposed to be like the highest DPS possible output in classic era, but the kill rate on the rogue just feels really broken. We kill mobs that are at our level like so fast, and we're not even dual wielding yet. It's kind of nuts to think about like what it's going to be like when we're dual wielding, when we have like really good weapons and really good gear. It's going to be pretty crazy. Yeah, stats for the rogue in classic era, we're going to want agility. We're going to be stacking agility and stamina. And then like later on there might be like tertiary stats we need, but for the most part agility, stam. And that is level 10. Yeah, I don't know if there's hit and crit in classic era. I'm actually not sure. There might be I know there's things with like added hit percentage on them. I've seen pieces of gear with like added hit percentage, but I don't know if crit is a stat that exists on gear in classic era, at least. Like by TBC it did, but because I think we're getting crit from agility. Speaking of the ding, let's take a look at combat here. Improved gouge. Increase the effect duration of it. That would be really good for PvP. I'm not going to go right into that. Improved Sinister Strike reduces the energy cost. Yeah, we want to go into this. And then Lightning Reflexes increases your chance to dodge by 1%. Alright, we're going to go here. And then we're probably going to go 3 points into Lightning Reflexes. Yeah, we're gonna finish this quest and then we'll hearth back to town. Actually, I think we just finished it, so let's go ahead and turn it in. And then we'll hearth out of here. And my Hearthstone should be bound back in yeah, it's back in town. John, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream.
Talk to me. Be good. Watch your back.
I am going to grab these herbs before we peace out. And by get these herbs, I mean spend the next 10 minutes chasing yellow dots. Because in Dunmorrow, there's herbs like all over the place. Alright, maybe this will be the last one. How's the rogue? The rogue's been a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying the different pace compared to the paladin. Alright, let's hearth out. This is the best place to get like all herbs. Like best herbing zone in the game. Dunmorrow. And you would never think it. You would think like, oh, it's snowy, there must not be a lot of herbs. But there's a ton of herbs. And more than maybe anywhere else. The rogue trainer. Is he in the back room back here? Cooking trainer, yeah, rogue trainer. Okay, he has a quest.
Be good.
Road to Salvation. Another lost soul looking for guidance. I suppose you want to find a purpose, your purpose. I've seen it 1,000 times. Another hero looking for work. Well, today's your lucky day, friend. Hogrel's got the cure for your ailment. Here's what you do. Take this road here up to Ironforge and make your way to Forlorn Cavern. Once there, locate the Thieves Guild and speak with Huldolf Blackbeard. He'll put you on the road to salvation. Okay, it's 420 XP, so
Lovely.
yes.
You got my attention.
Yes, we will do that. Ooh, we get slice and dice. Man, you get so many amazing tools on the rogue, like, so early. We have evasion, sprint, and slice and dice by level 10. Dual wield, sap.
Very good.
Oh, man. So good. Let's go ahead and put sap out on the stealth bar. The abilities, I don't have to drag out the next ranks with abilities that are not spells. It automatically updates the next rank for you. So we don't have to worry about that. Sprint. Could put there. And slice and dice. I'm going to be doing a lot of slice and dicing. Let's change this up a little bit. I think that's good. Because I'm going to be slice and dicing before I eviscerate. Cool. And then we have to get a weapon. I have a two-handed sword. That's not going to cut it. Maybe we'll just buy like an offhand dagger for now. While I'm here, I can do a little bit of cooking. If I made a pun, it was not intended. I'm not aware of making a pun just now. But if I said anything remotely punish, it was completely by accident. I wish I could say otherwise. That I was like really clever or something. That guy needs a beer before he'll wander off.
No. See you soon.
No, that would that would have been a really bad
What
pun.
can I do for you?
No, that was
Safe
not
travels.
that was not intended.
Once you're back.
That was an unintended figure of speech. It's not gonna. That sword's not gonna cut it. I see. Yeah. No, that was not. Mm-mm. Alright, is there a weapons vendor? Maybe outside. Other than that, we could run to Ironforge, and we could check the auction house. That might be a better idea. Cause yeah, I don't think they don't seem to. Oh, maybe they have a weapons master over here. Yeah, maybe in the forge area. Let's go see what they got.
How are you? Be good. Safe travel. What's on your mind? See you soon. How are ya?
We'll just grab this for now, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not really ideal because both of our weapons are fast. I think we want a slower offhand. But I don't think it really matters too much right now.
Safe travels.
Right now, we're dual wielding, and we'll get some better weapons next time we're in town. Let's go over here. We'll turn this one in, and then we'll head back out.
Well met.
Of course, I buy a dagger, and I could have got a dagger from this
Keep your
quest.
feet on the ground.
Of course. Oh, the one we bought was a little bit better, so that's fine. Am I going to play the Paladin today? I don't think so. We'll see how it goes. I kind of want the Paladin to get rested XP over the weekend, because on Monday we're going into Ungoro Crater. And I plan to kill, like, everything in my way in the Ungoro Crater. Like, while we quest, I plan to basically never mount up. And I'd love to have a small chunk of rested XP to start us off on Monday. So I think I'm going to let the Pally sit for the weekend. But we'll see how the day goes. You know, I can't rule anything out yet. It's still early. I have sprint on my bar. Yeah, it's right down here. Yeah, we just used it. Yep, it's already on cooldown. Alright, we are actually done with Wendigos. Let's go after the Shimmerweed, I think. I think it'll be faster to go back this way, loop around this way to get up onto the plateaus, than to go all the way around by the lake. Well, yeah, I should have figured we would, we'd pull all of them. You know what we don't have yet? We don't have kick. Kick would be incredibly helpful right about now. Looks like we're fine though. I did pop a potion. A gouge to interrupt for now. Yeah, I should have gouged the caster. I gouged the melee guy so he wouldn't start hitting us. But yeah, to be fair, I should have gouged the caster. That's true. Good call out. Blade Fury? I don't have Blade Fury yet. Is Blade Fury the one that makes us hit a secondary target? I don't have that yet. I have Slice and Dice, which just increases our attack speed. I'm in combat. Oh, the hunter. Okay, I see him.
Talk to me. Off with you.
Oh, we have a pair of boots we can equip. 2 stamina, 2 spirit. I'll take it.
What can I get for you today? Watch your back.
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground.
How are you? Be good. Off with you.
Typically, I hold off on this gnome quest until we've visited Dunmorrow a couple times, but on the rogue, I'm feeling really strong. So maybe this is a mistake, but I'm going to go take on this quest for the cogs and gears. Try to get this one done early. We stole a folded handkerchief from him. That's actually gross. I don't think taking, like, handkerchiefs from lepers is a really good idea. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but seems like a bad idea. Yeah, don't unfold it. Exactly. Oh god, what is this? Strength reduced by 2. Okay, that's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible for us. Nick, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Thank you and thanks for being here. Karen, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Alex, thank you so much, man, for the 14 months. That's like the entire time I've been streaming. Thanks for being here for it, man. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good afternoon and evening. This is our rogue. We started this rogue the other day. We were, you know, we had a couple of buddies the other day who just really wanted to give me a big old hug, except the way they expressed that was by ganking me over and over and over again. So that afternoon we started this rogue. And yeah, I'm going to play the rogue for today. We hit 52 yesterday on the Pally. Pretty big milestone. And the next thing the Pally's doing is going into Ungoro Crater. So I'm letting her have some rested XP, and then on Monday we'll take her into Ungoro. Should be a good time. We'll have like 5 or 6 bubbles arrested, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, it's getting to be about that time where, especially on days when I know I'm going to be doing a lot of grinding, which is probably like every day from now on, it's good to have a little bit of rested. And I have a suspicion that like Saturdays might be days where we have more attention from our Horde side friends, whereas like during the week it seems like we get less attention from our Horde side friends. So this is just like a safer way to kind of enjoy my Saturday without having to worry about like jack hats, basically. And while I doubt the kill rate is going to always be this fast on the rogue, it's a really nice change of pace. Because obviously, like, Paladin combat is pretty slow compared to this. So it's a nice juxtaposition. You got killed by a rogue named I Kill Lobies. Despicable. At least he's true to his name. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You got people like I Kill Lobies running around, literally killing lobies. And then you have people that get really butthurt at me because I fight people who are just questing, even though they're in my level range and they're in a contested zone. It's like, I don't know, who's the bigger evil here? I Kill Lobies or me? I've never killed a Lobby, and I don't think I ever would kill a Lobby. That guy is gonna get some help. Yeah, he's bringing help back. Ilpo, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. You're playing a rogue now? That's awesome. A rogue is a lot of fun. Very fast-paced. Yeah, people should get dishonorable kills for killing any player character less than 10 levels beneath them. I completely agree. That wouldn't deter everybody. It wouldn't deter everybody, but it would deter some people. You would probably have a lot less of that kind of behavior if that were the case. If I were to play Horde in the future, where would I go? Maybe I would go on Thunder Fury, because I think Thunder Fury is part of this same server cluster, and it might be like more predominantly Horde side. Somebody can fact check me on that if I'm completely off base. Not that I have any plans to play Horde side anytime soon, but yeah, maybe I would go on Thunder Fury if I were to do that. Is this a new character? We played this for a couple days. A couple different days. Just something to do while the Pally gets some rested experience over the weekend. I'm gonna pin a comment. I'm gonna pin a comment to the chat, so that people like know what's up and I don't have to repeat myself 1,000 times. There you go. Let me pin that to the top. Now we can point people there. Achievemo, good afternoon, man. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here today. You're setting up a harvest festival. That sounds like a lot of work. And you just got over the vid? The vid? Sorry, man. Yeah, we had the vid run through the household like a few months back, and it was pretty terrible. Hope you're feeling better. Glad to have you here. We got our second talent point. We'll keep putting this into Sinister Strike. That's actually capped out at 2 points. So after this, we'll go into Lightning Reflexes. Oh, we can't go into stealth while we have Fairy Fire on us. Yeah, cannot use stealth or invisibility. Oh, that's pretty nasty. I was wondering why stealth wasn't working. It's gross. What realm would I suggest for new players? It really depends on a lot of things. Firstly, it depends on like what version of the game you're on. Secondly, you know, it depends on like what faction you prefer, because different servers have different faction balances, stuff like that. And then obviously it also depends on what region you're in, because different regions have different servers. Yeah, I would say no matter what version of the game I'm playing, I'm probably gonna avoid any server that says new players. If it says new player server, like unfortunately that probably means that it's a low pop. It's probably low population. Yeah, I would do like a quick Google search, just make sure that like you're playing on a populated server. Unless you're playing retail. If you're playing retail, then it doesn't matter, because like everything is cross server and retail. So if you're playing retail, it really doesn't matter what server you're playing on. If you're playing Cataclysm Classic or Classic Era, then it matters a lot more. And if you're seeing a server labeled new players, then you're probably playing retail. In which case, I wouldn't really worry about it. You're probably fine where you're at. I was gonna say we could hearth back, but our hearthstone is still on cooldown. So we'll run back and we'll just fight stuff along the way, and we'll collect a ton of herbs. Robert, that's awesome, man. Thanks for stopping by and checking out the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is going to be our alchemist, our potion maker. I was gonna say, like, Questie is not showing that I completed this one, but if you look in the quest log, it shows completed. Let me do a reload and see if that fixes my Questie quest tracker. I keep looking up and seeing the objective not complete. It's freaking me out. There we go. Now we're good. Yeah, I wish elixirs persisted through death. Flasks do. Like, once you start making flasks, which is probably not till like much later on, flask persists through death. So at least there's that. I saw a flask on the auction house that was like Flask of the Titan something or another. And the benefit of this flask was to give you 1200 additional HP. Like 1200 HP in Classic Era is a huge amount of HP. Yeah, it was like the flask were selling for like 300 gold each. I almost bought one for the Pally. Yeah, you know, I could probably go do this elite quest. Like, you don't have to even, you don't have to kill the guy. You just have to loot the box in the cave behind him. So maybe I can get this one done. A lot of times I end up skipping this quest and never coming back to it. So while I'm over here, let me see if I can just go get it done. Yeah, he patrols away.
Here there. Watch your back.
He's in there right now. Like, we could try to wait him out. Maybe we fight these boars for a little bit and see how long it takes him to leave his little den. If he doesn't come out soon, we could try to fight him. I don't know if we stand a chance at level 11, but we could try. He'll kill us. Yeah, I remember he also has like a Frost Nova. We'll just try to wait till he leaves. What about two of us? Could two of us take him? This seems fine. He doesn't actually do that much damage, to be honest. Although we're obviously getting some heals. Very nice. Strength and agility reduced by 4. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm glad we stopped to do that now. Like I said, typically I just skip this one, which is experience that we're leaving on the table.
What's on your mind? Be good.
Yeah, isn't it crazy, Alex? I happened to be in the area where I needed another player, and there just happened to be another player. What are the odds of that? That's like the best thing that ever happens. That's when you know the server is populated. When like you have a quest, you could really use a hand, and then like there's another player right nearby. That was perfect.
Need assistance? Alrighty then.
You got my attention. See you soon. Off with you.
I've the finest wares in the land. Off with you.
Well met. See you soon. to meet you. Safe travels.
How are you?
Astrum WoW, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Where can I learn more potions? We could visit the trainer. There's probably a trainer in Ironforge. And we're going to go to Ironforge because I want to shove a bunch of these healing potions into my bank. And I want to buy some better weapons if we can find something decent. I also want to start leveling up one-handed swords. So I'd like to find a slow sword for my main hand. And then maybe we keep a fast dagger in the offhand. And then that way I think we're kind of keeping both weapons leveled up. And yeah, and we're going to cap out on Alchemy here, I think, as well. Or we're going to be really close to capping out. So we'll want to train the next rank of Alchemy and the next rank of Herbalism.
Watch your back. Interest you on a pint? Off with you.
Mantar, good evening, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. My favorite profession to skill up? I don't know if I have a favorite. I've historically been very bad at working on professions. Just starting on our Paladin, I started to get better at actually keeping them leveled up. So like, it's the first time I've had blacksmithing so high, it's the first time I've got mining so high. Like, I'm still learning how to have the dedication required to actually level up professions. Let's check the auction house. We have a little bit of gold. I should have set myself a little bit more gold. Like maybe 100 gold would be pretty good. But let's see what we can find. For low-level weapons, I want swords. We'll do levels 8 to 11. Okay. This is not going to cut it. That's too expensive. And the other question is, am I going to be able to find a slow sword for my main hand, or do I want to look at maces? 'Cause all the swords I'm seeing are kind of fast. 1.9. We got some cheap ones here. Like, this might be my best bet if I want a sword. Let's check maces. This is also not a slower weapon. Here's a slower one, 2.2. What's the logic behind it? It's like so many things in this game. It was kind of like how when I tried to explain like how Seal of Command worked. It's like, I know that the right thing is to have a slower main hand and a faster offhand, but I can't mathematically tell you why. Because I'm not a mathematical person. It's something about the chance to hit. Yeah, I think it's something to do with the chance to hit. That's really all I know, is that we want a slower main hand and a faster offhand. But maybe someone smarter than me could explain why, if it's more than just the chance to hit. So maybe I'll grab a mace, and that way we'll be leveling up maces. And then maybe we grab a fast sword for the offhand, that way we're leveling up maces and swords at the same time. This is 2.2, 2.2. I think 2.2 is as good as it gets. And then we'll grab the Sword of Stamina just to have a decent sword for the offhand. There you go, it's a poison thing. Maybe fast for offhand for quickly applying poisons once we get them. So maybe right now it doesn't matter so much.
Here there.
The great thing is we'll be leveling up 2 different weapon types at the same time. That's the great thing.
Good.
Hi. See you soon.
Craig, that's awesome, man. Congrats. Glad you're having a good time.
No! Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
Let's see. The king is strip mining the quarry for ore and gems, more riches than any one dwarf should see in 10 lifetimes. The hidden circle has values. We value valuables. Can you understand? Now we feel the king should be sharing some of that booty. But we don't want old Stinkbeard to know he's sharing, if you catch my drift. Are we going to steal stuff from the king? I thought this was the road to redemption. The other dwarf said this was our road to redemption. This guy wants us to steal some stuff. Speak with Onan McHammer over by Nomergon and bring back a report. The crafty dwarf has hidden himself among the lepers. Be careful. Okay, this is worth a lot of XP.
Be good.
I kind of have to do it. He's keeping all that booty to himself? Like, that's not fair. What's this problem? Alright, we also need to visit the Alchemy trainer. Oh, and the Herbalist trainer. And of course, they're not really in the same place. Because why would they be in the same place?
Talk to me. Watch your back.
Hey! You have a great day now.
So yeah, we can't make lesser healing potions until we're getting Briarthorn. So that might be a little while. We can make Troll's Blood potions now, which is awesome. Do they have first aid in retail? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they do. Now, like, would you ever need first aid in retail? I would say probably not really. Like, basically every class in retail is the same class. So every class in retail has a self-heal. Every class in retail has, like, defensive abilities like bubbles or shields. Like, so you don't really need first aid.
See you soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I say every class in retail is the same, I mean they all have the same types of skills. They all do the same things. It's just that the abilities look differently, and the abilities are called different things. Everybody's got single target DPS, everybody's got big AoE DPS, everybody's got a self-heal, everybody's got stuns, everybody's got defensives, everybody's got shit to help them get out of stuns and defensives. Like, everybody has the same exact tools. It's just that what those tools look like, how they are executed upon, and like what they're called are different. But yeah, besides that, like, every class is the same class. It's not even like a dig at retail, it just literally is how the game is made. All the classes have been homogenized. All right, we're gonna go out to the east here, or to the west rather, and do this quest. I thought we were gonna head like in this direction, but we're gonna run out here and do this. Then we could probably hearth back, turn it in, and then we'll tackle the eastern side of the zone. It's kind of the plan. Retail is much more like an action RPG. It's fair to compare it to something like Diablo, where like you just have massive AoE buttons, you pull like big packs, you AoE them all down, you move on to the next. It's like, and it's just a bunch of enemies that are kind of like just enemies. They're just there to be fodder. You don't really look at them, you don't really analyze what the enemies are doing. You just slam your buttons and kill them as quickly as possible while keeping yourself alive. That's it. Retail is in need of first aid. Oh my gosh. Brutal. Yeah, every class is going to have a self-heal. Yeah, every class has self-heals. Every class will get defensive abilities that will reduce incoming damage. Every class will get stuns to like interrupt or incapacitate enemies. Every class will have the same exact tools. And so the way you deal with problems in retail, like let's say you overpull and you pull like 30 mobs, because that would be overpulling in retail. If you pull 30 mobs, every class is going to do the exact same series of actions. Every class is going to pop their offensive cooldowns and blow all their big AoE damage buttons. Every class is going to pop any stuns that they have to stun the enemies. Every class is going to pop heals as needed. Every class is going to pop defensives, and then you're going to keep spamming your AoE heals, and then you win. And then if you're talking about classic era, every single class handles an oh shit moment completely differently. Well, let's say you pull 3 mobs, that would be an oh shit moment in classic era. Like, you know, on a priest, you're gonna bubble yourself, you're gonna heal, you're gonna spread Shadow Word Pain, you're gonna single target, wand them down one at a time. On a warrior, you're gonna pop recklessness, you're gonna go ham as hard as you can on each target one at a time to kill them all. On a mage, you're gonna slow them down, you're gonna kite them, and you're gonna try to keep them slowed and kiting behind you with like Blizzard and Frost Nova, stuff like that. Like, every class in Classic Era is going to handle an oh shit moment completely differently than another class. And in Retail, every class is going to handle an oh shit moment exactly the same way. It's just going to look different on the screen. The warrior self-heal, they have a button that does damage and heals them. I forget what it's called. It could be Victory Rush. Some classes have multiple buttons that heal them. I remember on the Hunter we had a really powerful heal, and then we had a talent that let us use it twice. It's like a powerful instant cast heal that we could use twice. Like, absolutely insane. Good so far. Happy Saturday, man. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here. Bloodthirst was nerfed. Who cares? It'll be nerfed today. It'll be buffed next week. It'll be changed the week after that. You know, retail is a constant mess of rebalancing, changes, nerfs, buffs. It's fucking endless. They don't know how to make the game reach a state where like everyone's just kind of happy with how things are, because everything has to always change. They can't let one class be stronger than another class for too long, otherwise people whine too much. And it's just an endless game of making class changes, class adjustments, content adjustments, buffs, nerfs. It's fucking tiresome. Oh my dear God. F you guys, I'm out. Yeah, we can't fight that many of them. This is the guy who's like, he's standing up on that platform, I think. I'm gonna have to figure out like a different way to approach. Maybe we'll also eat some buff food, that'll help. Pop some elixirs, that could help too. Speaking of overpulling, yeah, exactly. See, what we did on the rogue is we sprinted, we ran away. Not everybody has sprint, so everyone's going to handle that moment a little bit differently. I have to get all these herbs. It's hard to focus enough to get anything done here because I'm constantly having to run off and pick up herbs. Oh, I forgot. That's why we couldn't kill those guys. Oh, we have no weapon skill right now. We're leveling up our weapon skills. I kind of forgot that we just equipped some weapons that we had no skill with. So that's also, you know, not going to make it easier to kill like 5 guys. Are we going to level up his combat? Absolutely. The quarry. I see those monstrous armored steam tanks come by this post near every day. My contacts to the east tell me that the tank starts off at Ironforge, makes a pickup at the Golbalar quarry, stops over at Keranos to refuel, and then for some blasted reason it takes the long way around past Nomergod before reaching Ironforge to drop off the shipment. What? It's all in the report, human. Take it back to Holdoff. He can explain the next step. Oh, damn.
Off with you.
We got a dagger for that. Or we're gonna get a dagger for it. Excuse me, we don't have the dagger yet. We don't really need it, but that's nice. Alright, so that takes us back to Ironforge. Let's go ahead and we will hearth out of here. That'll take us back to town. We'll go to Ironforge, we'll turn this one in, and then we'll see where it chains next. It's free XP and it's quite a bit of experience, so...
What can I get for you today? Off with you.
Maybe we should work on a little bit of first aid. What do we have to get heavy linen? Do we have to get up to 50 first aid skill for heavy linen? It's only 40. Maybe 50. 40, 50. It's around 40 or 50. We'll check at 40. Yeah, I don't think we'll get, we probably won't get to 50. Some of you guys think it's 40. We're about to find out if it's 40 or 50. Like with so many issues, you guys are pretty evenly split.
What's on your mind?
It's absolutely 40. And then 50 is Journeyman First Aid. You guys who were thinking 50, you were probably thinking of like, when do we learn Journeyman First Aid? We learned Journeyman First Aid at 50.
On the ground.
But we got Heavy Linen at 40.
What can I do for you? Watch your back.
Great to meet you. Be good.
Yeah, the Find Herbs icon is bugged. Find Herbs is working, it's working just fine. But the icon is bugged out, so we don't get to see the fact that we're tracking herbs. We just get to keep tracking the herbs. It's not an add-on issue. From what I understand, it's a bug that's been in the game for a long time. Yeah, from what I understand, it's not an add-on issue. It's just a classic era bug. One of the many bugs that's never been fixed and probably never will get fixed. Because, you know, hashtag no changes. No changes means we don't fix bugs, right? Isn't that what it means? It's just like we still can't mount up on boats and airships. We're never going to be able to mount up on boats and airships ever again, apparently. It's just a permanent part of the game now. Dunmorrow is definitely one of the best starting zones. It has great music, has a great vibe. The questing feels pretty good, like the flow of the quest is really good. Yeah, it's a really great zone. Oh no, he chewed through the chief's blanket? I wonder why he started chewing on it. Like, he's been using that blanket for, like, many weeks. I wonder if after it becomes, like, well and truly his, like, after he knows that it's his and it's not anybody else's, like, maybe then he gets more comfortable chewing through it. Maybe if we were to, like, put it up throughout the day so he didn't always have it, it would not create that impression in his brain that it was his to do whatever he wanted with. Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd kind of given that blank, but I still don't want him to be chewing on it because that's just going to make a mess. So I think, like, the thing to do might be to, like, take it away. I don't know. Take it away for, like, periods of time throughout the day. And then just, like, make sure he has it during, like, sleep time at night. I don't know. Just spitballing ideas. I don't want him to be chewing through, like, he chewed his own blankets when he had his kennel, And like when they were in his kennel and like he'd chew on some of the blankets in there. I really don't want him chewing on any blankets. Or like anything that's not a toy. Regardless of whether it's his or not. So yeah. Maybe like taking it away will be good. What's the worst starting zone? Teldrassil. Yeah, I think Teldrassil. Just not because of the aesthetics. The aesthetic is awesome. The flow of questing and the quest in Teldrassil are not good. It's the least enjoyable questing of any starting zone. I love the aesthetic. Like I said, this is important, like an important distinction. The vibe, the aesthetic, the music, all that stuff is good. The flow of the questing, like how it feels to quest through the zone, is bad. What makes it a lot worse is that it's almost impossible to easily zone hop early on. Because the only way that a night elf can zone hop is by doing the wetlands run, which is a huge pain in the butt. It's so easy for humans and dwarves to zone hop between Elwyn Forest and Dunmorrow, and without a port going to Stormwind, like the night elves just kind of get the shaft. And not in a good way. They get the bad shaft.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Durotar is second worst, but the questing in Durotar is good. This is the other side of the coin. The questing in Durotar is good. The aesthetic is meh. I don't really like the rocky desert aesthetic. That's just like a personal choice though. But the flow of questing in Durotar is good, and that's why it ranks higher than Teldrassil, even though the vibe of Teldrassil is better than Durotar. You don't have to do the wetlands run. There's a skip you can do called Move Character. I've never heard of this before. That seems like something that they would only do if the character was somehow irrevocably stuck in the world somewhere. It seems like an emergency service, not just like a request. Please move my character to Elwyn. I wish it were that easy. I just put in a ticket and like an hour later they move my character to Elwyn. That would help out for hardcore a lot. You know what? I turned that quest in and there was no follow-up. Okay, yeah, I turned it in. I wasn't even paying attention when I turned it in. But yeah, there was no follow-up. Alright, before we leave town here, I have to bio. I will be right back. Alright, let's go. I will look it up, yeah. Because, you know, like, usually I just don't play Night Elves in hardcore. Because it's a pain. A challenge where you are a level 1 character, you're put into Silithus, and whoever lives the longest wins. It's like Hunger Games. We should also enable PvP. Nobody should have any gear or weapons. And we should enable PvP. So there would also be level 1 fistfights to the death. And we could put like weapon drops and like gear crates around, like we can fight for the gear crates. So we start like completely naked, and then you have to like PvP brawl to potentially get to the gear crates. Meanwhile, the environment will kill you instantly if you aggro anything. It actually sounds fun. Yeah, drop everybody into a map, like Battle Royale style. The only way to get weapons and gear for the character is by looting crates. And so the crates are going to be highly contested. The map will call out like where the next crate is coming in, like where the next crates are going to drop. A bunch of crates drop in that area, all the players congregate there and fight to the death. And then we call it Plunderstorm. It's like, yeah, similar idea. Similar like Battle Royale-esque idea. I liked Plunderstorm. And I think they should like kind of re-envision it and just call it World of Warcraft Battle Royale. And then you could have different seasons, like it won't always be pirate themed, you'll have like different seasons, kind of like what Fortnite does. And then I want more progression like in Plunderstorm. I don't want any of my rewards in Plunderstorm to carry into retail, because I don't want to play retail. But I would play a Plunderstorm or a Battle Royale if it had more progression built into it. Like, I want to progress my character and my stuff, like, within the Battle Royale. I don't want to be earning stupid rewards for retail that I'm never going to care about. So yeah, I would like it to be its own standalone game, and not be connected to retail in any way. And then I would definitely play a World of Warcraft Battle Royale. Because I had fun with Plunderstorm. Now, I played it like it was like hide and seek, basically. Because, like, I wasn't very good at PvP. I think with my experiences in vanilla, maybe I'd be a little bit better at PvP now. But yeah, I would be down for a Battle Royale. What's back here? Okay, this is protecting the herd. I don't think I can do this one yet. This is an elite. I don't see any other players around right at this moment. So maybe we just head down to the quarry. Yeah, Plunderstorm was better than retail PvP. Absolutely. I did a few battlegrounds in retail. I hated them. It was a horrible experience. And Plunderstorm was much, much, much more fun. At this point, now that I'm like basically retired from retail, I'm very interested in World of Warcraft games that are like external games. Whether it's like a Battle Royale, or an RTS, or some kind of action game. I'm much more interested in like modern Warcraft that happens outside of the MMO, because I have no plans to play retail. Like, maybe ever again. But I would be super interested in other things that they might do with the IP.
What's on your mind?
Why is retail PvP bad? It just felt bad. I can't get into like the nitty-gritty of why it's bad. All I can say is that from someone who tried it out, it just seemed bad. It just seemed like it was mainly just stun locking, and you're mainly just getting instantly stun locked and instantly killed. There didn't seem to be a lot of back and forth, like actual fights. Whereas if you've seen any of the fights we've done in vanilla era, like there's a lot of back and forth in the fights in vanilla, and the fights last for a while. Like the fights go on for a bit, and like you can be losing for a little bit, and then you could come back and win. You could be winning and then have the other person do some things and come back and beat you. Like PvP feels a lot more dynamic and a lot more meaningful in vanilla era, and in retail it just felt like bang, 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 boom, dead. I was like, whoever can bang, 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 boom, dead you, like that person's gonna win. And if you can't do that, then you're not gonna have any fun. And then like the other thing is like classic PvP is fun even when you lose. Retail PvP just isn't fun, period. Yeah, it's a cluster F, visually and ability-wise. Yeah, it's just there's so many things about it that are not enjoyable. And I feel like they've basically given up on making it enjoyable, and they shouldn't. They should spend their time on making like a battle royale. That's where the PvP team should like bend some of their efforts, because then like there's a lot higher probability people will care about something like that. And if you make an external battle royale, that's gonna pull people into the game that don't want to play World of Warcraft. Because like a lot of people think about doing PvP, like nobody who wants to do a PvP game wants to level up a character in a world they don't care about, through a story they don't care about, just to have a character at endgame, and then they gotta do all this endgame treadmill shit to get like a basic set of gear so they can actually be competitive in PvP. Like there's too much you have to do in retail WoW for you to be competitive in PvP, and too much of it is you doing things that are not PvP. And so if you make a battle royale, that's gonna pull people in who like don't play WoW. You're gonna grow like a bigger audience with that kind of thing. That's my 2 cents anyway. Do I have any plans to try out Throne and Liberty? No, not any more than I played during the open beta weekend. What I've learned about myself is like I don't like modern MMOs. Modern MMOs all follow like the same kind of design philosophies. Modern MMOs have like similar tropes, similar like end game treadmills they want you to get on every day, every week. Like I don't enjoy modern MMOs anymore. So I will not be playing Throne and Liberty. The next game I'll be playing is a game called Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That's a more classical style MMO that's been modeled a little bit after EverQuest. That game is coming out to early access in December. It's been in development for like 8 years, and I'm super excited to finally get my hands on it. That'll be the next new MMO that I play on the channel. What are the best professions for rogues? It depends on what you want to do. I don't think there's anything that's like best. I mean, for example, I'm doing alchemy and herbalism, so I can have potions. You could do leatherworking and skinning, so you can make gear. And both of those options are good options. It just really depends on what you want to do and what you want to focus on. I have a little bit of gold on this server, so I would rather focus on making potions, and then I can buy the gear that I need. But maybe if I didn't have the prospects of buying gear on the auction house, maybe I would be more inclined to do leatherworking so I can make my own stuff. And then some people will just say engineering is best. See, everybody has a different opinion. It's all about what you want to do and what you're willing to commit to. Because some professions take more time to level up than others. I would say engineering and blacksmithing are the most labor-intensive professions to level up. Oh, did we level up? Yeah, we hit level 12. Okay, I didn't notice. Let's spend a point in lightning reflexes. Increase your chance to dodge by 1%. The streams are chill 95% of the time. 97% of the time. There is 3% of the time when I will be going off about something. It does happen sometimes. Usually I'm chill when the moment calls for chill, which is most of the time. Most of the time the moment calls for chill. But if the moment calls for a different emotion, I don't mind having a different emotion. I try to just be emotionally honest with how I'm feeling and with what's going on. And in Classic, that means that we're chill most of the time. Oh my gosh, we're done with this quest already? Yeah, we are. That's crazy. Man, the kill rate on this character is nuts. We're just plowing through enemies. Thoughts on achievements in Classic Era? I think achievements are fine. I don't think they will ever make those kinds of changes to Classic Era, but if they did, I don't care. If they wanted to add like a plethora of achievements. I think achievements are a good thing for people to work towards, and people seem to like achievements. But do I think they'll ever like do that for Classic? I don't think they would, because too many people outcry whenever they try to change stuff for the better. Like in Classic Era, people always harken back to the no changes line. People are very protective of keeping Classic Era the way that it is. But I wouldn't care. I'm not one of those people. I wouldn't mind if they made minor changes to Classic Era that made it better. Like when they gave Druids polearms for a minute. Like recently they gave Druids polearms for like a split second. And I thought, like, that's cool. Like, not a lot of people use polearms. Polearms seem like they'd be good for Druids. But people were pissed. People were not having it. And they reversed the change. And so yeah, it's hard to get the community to sign off on changes to Classic Era.
Watch your back. You got my attention.
I don't know why, but probably not the place for that discussion. I don't even want to find out where the discussion goes. I'm happy never knowing. Seemed like a personal problem, not a WoW problem. Alright, I guess we're heading out to the east. Let's go find the Lost Pirate. We will turn in the Shimmer Stout. And then I think what we'll do is we'll run into Loch Modan just to grab the flight point. I don't think we're going to do anything in Loch Modan just yet. It's a little early and we have a bunch of stuff back in Elwyn to do. But we'll go grab the flight point. We'll head back to Ironforge and then we'll switch back over to Elwyn Forest. We'll head out, we'll do the logging camp stuff. Yeah, that's right, and I hate the guild interface, to be honest. Yeah, they kept the new guild interface. You know, we can't mount up on boats or zeppelins anymore. That was an unintended effect of the SOD update. So, like, sometimes they do make changes to Classic Era. But I don't think they're, like, changes that people ever have asked for. I just don't like it because I don't like the roster being in a different spot. Like, I also don't need the transcription of all the chat that's happened, and I don't like this roster being off the main page. I like when I open my guild thing, I like to see the roster. Like, I don't want to see the guild chat. I don't care. Especially if I wasn't online, I don't need to see it. If I'm not paying attention to it, it's not relevant to me if I'm not looking at it. It's also larger. Like anything, it takes up more of the screen. I feel like it takes up more of the screen, which is a bad thing, in my opinion. Yeah, the polearm got retracted. The guild interface did not. I think the new guild interface is fine for Cataclysm, and I think in vanilla they didn't need to do it. I don't want it in vanilla. I would rather have had polearms for druids, because I feel like that's a valuable change. Karen, have a good rest of your evening. We'll see you next time. Why am I not on the Paladin? See the pinned comment at the top of the screen. Yeah, we have a pinned comment that explains everything. But the short answer is because I do what I want. Did they give me free gold? Yes. So to get the free gold, you have to line up at 5 o'clock. It was 5 o'clock Eastern time, like, which is my local time. The guy goes to Stormwind every day at 5 o'clock. He stands in front of the fountain, and we stood in a line. You stand in line, and when you get to the front of the line, he gives you 3 gold, or he'll give you more gold depending on how long you have been in the guild. I only did it the one day, but it was 3 gold. It was free. I had to stand in line for a couple minutes, and I found the whole experience like it was a very good experience. A different experience for Classic that I've never had before. I've never stood in line and had somebody hand me gold at the front of it. Oh, he gave me Westfall stew. It was like a soup kitchen. He gave us a little handout and some food. So like, basically it's socialism. It's our universal basic income. Everybody in the guild is provided for. You get your daily 3 gold, you get your daily Westfall stew, and you go on your merry way. And I thought that was really cool. You don't want to do that? Yeah, I did it the one day. I didn't do it yesterday. I did it the first day because I was already in Stormwind anyway. But it's great. Yeah, dude is handing out 3 gold to like a lot of people. There was quite a few people, and the line went pretty fast. Yeah, what a bro, right? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was nice. It was a nice orderly line. There didn't seem to be any overt cutting. And at the end of it, we got gold and a meal.
Talk to me.
Now, am I going to do that every day? No, I'm not going to do it every day because I have a little bit of gold on the server. Now, if I didn't have any gold on the server at all, like if I was broke, like I normally am, I would probably be lining up every day. because then it would be worth it. And then the longer you're in the guild, the more gold you get. So if you've been in the guild for a while, it might not be 3 gold, it might be 6 gold. Like, who knows how much he'll give you. You should go find out one of these days. Alex, you've been in the guild a little bit longer than I have. So maybe your amount of gold would be worth it.
How are you? Watch your back.
Have you missed anything? Well, we're basically done in Dunmorrow now. We're done in Dunmorrow. We have essentially finished the zone. We have one elite quest that we didn't do, and we're about to head into Loch Modan to grab the flight point. After that, we'll be headed back to Elwyn Forest. I kind of like doing it the way we did it. Usually I break this zone up into 2 different visits for some reason. Like, usually I come here, we do the first half of the zone, we go back to Elwyn, we do a little bit in Elwyn, we come back, we finish the second half of the zone. Doing it this way was better. Like, coming here once and just doing all of it, that was really good, and maybe it only worked because the road was so powerful. Whereas, like, on other characters, I felt the need to jump back and forth a little bit more. This is, like, less traveling back and forth and more leveling. The Nefarian buff dropped? Yeah, I missed it. I never pay attention. Like, yeah, I have alerts in my guild chat here, but I never see them in time. Now I look down, I see Nefarian will drop in 15 seconds. Like, well, that wasn't really enough of a warning. Maybe there was an earlier alert that I missed. Wayne, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Nova world buffs, Adam will tell me early. Yeah, that's probably worth it, actually. The world buffs in Classic Era are so powerful.
Off with you. Watch your back.
Especially, I mean, especially prior to being in PvP zones. Once we're in PvP zones, then, you know, we get the world buff, we get killed by somebody shortly after, we lose the world buff.
Be good.
But early on, it's probably worth it. Is there a Discord server for the Whitemane server? I don't know. Probably, potentially, I'm not sure. Do the world buffs stack with each other? Like you can have two of the world buffs at the same time.
Be good.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Oh man, you know what the problem is though? Like that would feel so good while you had them. And then once that 2 hours was up, you'd probably just have to log out for the day. And let your brain have a little reset. Because with 2 world buffs stacked on you, like your damage output is going to be insane. And then as soon as that wears off, you're going to feel weak. Yeah, I would, if I did that, I'd have to probably log off after the buffs expired and just like let my brain reset for the next day.
Hello. See you soon.
That's a double-edged sword. It's totally worth it, but it's gonna make you feel bad later.
I've the finest wares in the land. See you soon.
So I don't think we're going to quest here right now. We're going to go back to Elwyn Forest, because believe it or not, we still have like the second half of Elwyn Forest to do. We have to go out to the logging camp and do all that stuff. We got stuff at the Westburg Garrison left to do. And yeah, we're already level 12, which is pretty impressive actually.
What's on your mind?
Alright, I'm going to put us on a flight back to Stormwind. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I need to get a snack and refill my coffee. I do want to play for a little bit more today. But I do need to eat some food. So yeah, I will be back in a little while. It'll probably take me a little bit longer than the 4-minute flight to eat something and do all that stuff. But maybe like 10 minutes. 10 minutes seems good. And I will put us on the break screen. I will turn the music up a little bit, but not too much because we're going to land in Stormwind, and then I will see you guys on the flip side. Alright, we are back. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Decent population? Oh yeah, it's a huge population. Here, let's go have a closer look. It's even more than this during like prime time if you're playing in the evening time. You know, around like 5 p.m. to like 9, 10, 11. Much busier than this. This is just like middle of the day on a Saturday. Do I need to drop anything in the bank? No, I think I'm good for now. We could maybe do some alchemy. If I had vials.
I buy and trade.
The EU does have a server like this. You want to play on Firemaw EU. Firemaw EU is basically just like this.
Farewell.
That's not what I've heard. What I've heard was it's possibly more busy. Maybe the time of day matters more. I don't know. Everyone I've talked to playing on Firemaw say it's like just as busy as this. Alright, let's get out of here. I think we're good. You know what I should do? I should stash a few more potions in the bank. That would be a good idea. I don't need to walk around with 25. We'll put like 10 of them in the bank.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
The 5 stacks can be annoying. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's vanilla. Inventory management was definitely a real part of the game. And things like having 5 stacks instead of 20 stacks, that kind of fed into that being more of a part of the gameplay of actually having to manage your inventory. Some of us, like me, never get good at it. But I'm trying. Fire Maw is almost the same, slightly less popular. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought it was pretty close. I actually thought EU might have more players than US.
Well met. Be careful.
Need help? Have a good one.
Seek out SI7. So this must be the equivalent of the rogue quest we did in the Dwarven Lands. What are we doing here? Deliver the package to Matthias Shaw. Okay,
See you around.
we'll take that one. It's probably going to have follow-ups like the other one did. I'm going to go ahead and set my Hearthstone here,
Hello.
since we don't need it back in Keranos.
Safe travels.
And we are gonna head out. What's this quest here? Elmore's Task. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's grab this one.
Can I help you? Be careful.
You wonder if your old vanilla characters exist somewhere? Yeah, they exist in retail. Like, they're still there. Unless you deleted them, they're still there. Blizzard does not delete characters. So if you still have access to your account, and it's the same account that you used back in 2004, 2005, then those characters exist in retail WoW. I still have my original characters. I still have my level 29 Troll Hunter, which was like the first character that I ever leveled up. He's still chilling on the Dalaran server. 20 years later, he's still there. But yeah, if you have access to your account, all of your characters exist unless you deleted them, or unless you got hacked at some point and you didn't know about it. But most likely they're still there, because Blizz never deletes characters. Doesn't matter how long it's been since you logged in. Lael, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Have they said anything about what will happen to the Season of Discovery characters when the season is over? They said a long time ago in an interview, and I don't know how one would ever fact check this, but they said when asked, there will be somewhere interesting for them to go. And that's all they ever said. And then they never said anything else. Somewhere interesting for them to go. They're not coming to Classic Era, I'll tell you that.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Maybe they will shit them out into Cataclysm.
Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
I doubt they're gonna make a permanent Season of Discovery static server. That would be just a really awful idea. But yeah, when they say that, when they say somewhere interesting, that means they don't know yet. So when they said that, they had no idea what they were going to do, and they probably still don't know, if I had to guess. Yeah, all we know for sure is that they're not coming to Classic Era.
Well met. Light bless you. Light be with you.
That's what they should do, yes. They should send every SOD character to a permanent Shadowlands era server. That's what they should do. Just send them to a permanent Shadowlands era server. And those are the only characters that can get on the server. No one can play on the server. It's for SOD characters only. And they just get sent to Shadowlands. But you only get to play in the mall. Yeah. Send them all to the mall. And that's it. That's all they get to do. If they grind 100 levels in the mall, they can pick a covenant and they can leave the mall. And then they can do the rest of the Shadowlands questing. But they have to grind to level 100 first. At Classic Era XP gains. Why do my quests look like that? It's an add-on called Dialogue UI. It also has a really good dark mode. So if you prefer dark mode stuff, it's got a dark mode. You can change the size of text. You can change the size of the window itself. Dialogue UI. You can use that in any version of WoW. Era, Cataclysm, or Retail. They have a mod for each era. The add-on that's showing quest objectives is Questie. Questie will also show you, and this is like one of the best functions, it'll show you where you can pick up quest. So it'll mark the pickup locations as well as the objectives, and that's what Questie does. Has anything interesting happened today? Not even remotely. It's been a nice, relaxing, chill time. Obviously, we're not in contested zones, so we haven't had to deal with anybody ganking. We haven't had to deal with any stream sniping. It's part of the reason why I chose to play the rogue today. Was just to have a nice, chill Saturday. With fewer shenanigans than some of the days this week. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've had a crazy kill rate. It's been a lot. I like the rogue a lot. The rogue's been a lot of fun. Especially while playing the Paladin. Because it's obviously like so very different as far as the pacing. Why is it cheaper for subscription in America than UK? Also, like, that's just part of, like, how currencies are worth different amounts. So, like, $14.99 USD does not equal 14 pounds, because that's how monies work. Like, I think a basic economics book would probably be good for you. Currencies have different, like, values comparatively to each other. So a lot of times, even though the number value looks different between the EU and the United States, it's the same value, basically, or close to the same value. It's just that somebody's money is worth more and somebody's money is worth less. Because economics. Which version of WoW do I play and why? This is the only version of WoW I play now. And the reason I play this version of WoW, because this is the only version of WoW that's still actually an RPG. And it still feels like an RPG and still has all of its RPG elements. Whereas all of those, like, immersive RPG elements slowly got stripped away. To where by Cataclysm, you're basically playing retail light if you're playing Cataclysm. Have I played vanilla? Like, have I played Sense Vanilla? Yes. Yeah, I started playing when the game came out. So I've been playing it for 20 years. What level do I get kick? Oh, I get kick now. It turns out I could have kick right now if I had trained level 12, which I obviously did not do. Favorite expansion? TBC. Far and away, the Burning Crusade. And then Wrath, and then Legion. TBC, Wrath, Legion. And then after Legion, the game was basically just garbage. So. Are there plenty of players? Yeah, as long as you're on the playing on the right server cluster. If you're playing in the US, you want to play on the Whitemane server cluster, and if you're playing in the EU, you want to play on Firemaw. And if you're playing in those places, there are tons of people at all levels of content. And the great thing about Classic players is that a lot of Classic players, especially these days, we only play Classic era. So there's always a player base here, regardless of what's going on with Season of Discovery, regardless of what's new in retail, regardless of what's new in Cataclysm. A lot of people that play Classic era only play Classic era. And so there's always people playing. It's not dependent on hype, it's not dependent on new releases. It's not dependent on things being popular on the internet. The people that play here, we just play here. And so you don't have to worry about, like, suddenly one day it's a dead server. The Classic Era servers will always stay Classic Era. We've already gone from Classic Era to TBC, to Wrath of the Lich King, to Cataclysm, and they've left these Classic Era servers here ever since we moved to TBC. Classic came out in 2019, and when the Burning Crusade was going to be re-released as Classic, they left Classic Era servers alone, and then there were servers that became TBC servers. And the Classic Era servers that they left back then are these same Classic Era servers that we're playing on now. And so these Classic Era servers, they're never going to become TBC. They're never going to become anything else. They're always going to be the 1 to 60 Classic Era. That's why they're called Classic Era servers, because they're never going to move to a different era. Yeah, they'll always be here, regardless of whatever happens with Classic, regardless of whether we're playing Battle for Azeroth Classic in 10 years. Like, there will always be Classic Era servers just like this one. In fact, probably still this one. Yeah, there are definitely world bosses in Classic. Now, they're not the kind of world bosses that you're thinking of from retail, where, like, you know, they're marked on your map for you when they're up. There's a zone announcement, and then you drop down off your flying mount with 500 people, and then the game lags out, and then the boss dies, and you collect an epic. They're not those kinds of world bosses, but there are definitely big ass elites that are world boss level that exist in Classic. Yeah. Just not the find it on your world map and fly to it type that you're used to from Modern WoW. Do they drop anything? Yes. Do they drop personal loot for your spec? No. Because this is not retail. It's okay for them to be different games and just be different. Alright, while we're over here, let's go investigate the Jasperlode mine. After we grab every single herb and get totally just sidetracked from what we're doing. Then we'll head to the Jasperlode mine. We did not touch the pally today. We hit level 52 yesterday, and I thought it would be best to let her stay parked for the weekend. Monday we go right into Ungoro Crater, and we start slaughtering everything in Ungoro Crater. And I want to have a little bit of rested XP for when we do that. And then, you know, I thought, like, maybe there's a chance that, like, if we had any, like, stream snipers or gankers out there with us, you know, they'd likely have more time on a Saturday than during the middle of the day on a weekday. So I thought, like, you know, if I wanted to have a nice chill stream, just, like, spending the whole day on the rogue really seemed to be the way to go. So that's what we've done. They're probably, like, Saturdays for now will probably be the only day that we spend, like, completely on the rogue. Whereas going forward, like, during the week, I'd like to spend about 3 hours on the Paladin, and then maybe 1 hour, maybe a little bit more on the rogue, depending on how much time I can play that day. And that seems to be, like, a pretty good ratio. Because no matter what, the Paladin's going to be a slow roll from now on. You know, we got 8 levels to go. It's going to be about 80 or 90 hours to get those 8 levels. So I think, like, 3 hours on the Pally, an hour and a half on the rogue, and then we get a little bit of diversity in the day. And then, you know, by the time we cap the Paladin out, the Rogue will probably be like low level 30s by then. That'll be nice. We have all kinds of world PvP on the Pally. Yeah, we have. There are zones where like the world PvP happens almost non-stop. Yep. Obviously not on a low level character. We're not in contested zones yet. We won't get into a contested zone until we go into Red Ridge. But on the Paladin we do world PvP like all the time. With mixed results. Sometimes we win, sometimes we don't. And there are definitely battlegrounds. We haven't done any battlegrounds yet. I'm waiting till 60 to worry about doing a bunch of battlegrounds. Oh, that was it. We don't have to go any further in here. We just had to explore a little bit. Admiral's Arms, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. I really appreciate that. And yeah, you should, definitely. Level 25? That'd be cool. I would like more people to come and play here. Like, the more people we can have come and play here, we can get a guild going. We can PvP. When I'm being ganked, people can come and gank the gankers. And we can have a fun time ganking the gankers. That's always good. So yeah, the more people that want to come and play here on Whitemane, the better. And then I'm hoping that by the time this character gets to a bit of a higher level, we can put a guild together, if we have enough people interested. Because yeah, this seems like this is going to be a permanent home. So if it's going to be a permanent home, it would be a really good idea to have a guild. Yeah, visually, the rogue is very fast-paced, especially visually. They feel really good to play. Marcus, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Are we on NA? Yeah, we're on NA. We're on Whitemane, which is a North America West server. John Rex, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, this is still on Whitemane. Yep, everything I do in Classic Era is going to be on Whitemane. This is our forever home. This is our World of Warcraft retirement home. So yeah, everything will be on the streams. Everything will be on Whitemane. Alright, let's empty the inventory.
I supply only the finest.
If we can, do we have a cook fire here? It'd be nice if we can find a place to cook. Not really seeing anywhere.
See you later.
Oh, you know what? We can cook right here. Here we go. Charred wolf meat. That's going to be a bunch of skill ups. That's awesome. Are there cross-server transfers? There are transfers available. I transferred my Paladin from a hardcore server to this server. And the transfers from the hardcore servers are free. So depending on where the character is coming from, will determine whether or not it's a free transfer or whether or not it's a paid service. Like, if I wanted to get my characters on Mancrick's server over here, that'd be paid. But you can't go... Somebody explained this to me. I don't know if you can go from a PvE server to a PvP server. You can go from the hardcore servers to the PvP servers, but I feel like somebody told me that you couldn't transfer a character from PvE to PvP. But you can go from a PvP realm to a PvE realm. Alex, you went from Mancrick to here, so maybe they were wrong when they said that. Yeah, people were telling me you can't go from PvE to PvP. If you transferred from Mancrick, Mancrick is PvE. So yeah, I mean, like, that is what it is. Maybe it used to be restricted, but now it's not.
More work?
Greetings. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, maybe it was a restriction that used to exist that no longer does. That's really the only way to explain it. It used to be. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so... it's a sod thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, in sod, you can't transfer at all. Like, right? Are there just, like, no transfers in sod? I didn't think sod had any transfers, except when they were... well, they consolidated the realms. Maybe there were transfers available when they did that. They removed the restriction from Era after TBC came out. Okay. Yeah, it's too many versions and too much time to know what's going on, right?
Honor, friend.
It's been 20 years and it's been like 27 different versions of the game, so
For the Alliance.
it's hard to keep track of what's true anymore and what was true, what is not true, what used to be true. Yeah, it's not easy. I do need bodyguards when I'm in high level contested zones. I absolutely need bodyguards. I have a couple people who like stream sniping me now. I've attracted my first couple of stream snipers, so that's how I know I'm doing well. So yeah, I do need that. And yeah, you guys have plenty of time to level up, because this is where I'm going to be, like, probably from now on. This is where, like, all of my time is going to be spent. And then even if we get something like a hardcore fresh start, I'm still going to spend half my time here. And the thing about hardcore is, even if they do a hardcore fresh start in November, those hardcore characters, I'm going to end up transferring them to this realm. So even if we go play hardcore for a bit, if they do a fresh start, we'll still be leveling characters that are going to come live here eventually. So plenty of time to level up characters and get the guild together and all that. Alex, they know when you're around and when you're not, yeah. They have definitely waited till you have not been around anymore to gank me. That happened not yesterday, but I think the day before. Yeah, they know when people are around because they're hanging out in chat. Like that's what makes them stream snipers. Is like they're here, so they know who's here and who's not. Hey, we leveled up. Excellent. Another point into lightning reflexes. Stacking more dodge. They're more like in-game serial killers, Esme, if you think about it. They don't just want to take pictures, they want to kill me and to make me suffer. More like in-game serial killers. And they probably have the same, like, sort of psychoses that serial killers have. So it kind of makes sense. Emotionally and socially, they probably have more in common with real-life serial killers than they do with paparazzi. Alex, I hear you, man. You've thrown your lot in with Cataclysm, and I get it. I hear you. Any time you can spend here, I appreciate it. One day, Kata will be dead. That day's going to happen sometime around February or March of 2025. So then you'll have more time. And then Mop will come out, and then the classic experiment will come to an end. Yeah, they will do a Mop Classic, and I think for a lot of people, Mop Classic is going to be when the floor they're standing on completely gives out. Like, everyone's going to be doing their thing. People who are playing Kata are probably going to go into Mop Classic. They're going to play Mop Classic for a while. And then one day, suddenly, they're going to wake up and they're going to be like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Why am I here playing Mop Classic in 2025? What the fuck is next? What have I been doing and why have I been doing it? One day people are going to wake up and feel that way. And then they're gonna think, hey, you know where I can spend my time in an era that never has to move to the next era, where I can reach endgame, where I can make goals for myself. I can go play Classic era. I can get off this treadmill of just re-releasing the same old content that we've already done before, and I can just go play Classic era. And that way I don't have to worry about class changes or new content or a new level cap. It's like, it's not necessarily a strange thing to progress, to go through all of the expansions, because like EverQuest does this every couple of years with they do a progression server where they start at their 1.0 and they work through all the content at like a faster cadence. That's kind of normal. I think the abnormal thing is treating every single expansion that you're re-releasing as a big new release and kind of dressing it up as this big new release. You know, they want to sell you a deluxe copy that has a mount in it and a WoW token and some game time. I think that's the messed up thing, is trying to treat this re-release content as a big new release every 8 months, as opposed to just it being a progression server that naturally rolls up to the next patch, to the next expansion, whatever. You know, there's ways to do it. There's ways to have that progression server experience, but like not the way they're trying to do Classic. And then that begs the question, like, do people even want to see that content again? With EverQuest, the answer is yes. People like to go through that content again because they find it to be good content. With World of Warcraft, if you ask 10 World of Warcraft players, you'll get 10 different answers on like how much content they want to see re-released. Oh yeah, the Mop zones are beautiful. Absolutely, that's why they will do Mop Classic, because they already did Mop Remix to test and see, like, do people like Mop? Would people play Mop? What's the response to Mop? So they did Mop Remix. They collected their data, and so they're definitely going to do Mop Classic because they know people like the zones, people like the music, people like the raids, people like the 5-mens. And that's why, like, after people do that content for a bit, and when people start to realize, like, that there's nothing next that they want, that's when Progression Classic will end for most people. They're going to realize that what comes after Mist of Pandaria is WoD. And they're going to realize, like, nobody wants Warlords of Draenor. Like, nobody wants to see WoD Classic. Okay, maybe like 3 people want to see WoD Classic, and they should all have a Psyche Veil, because something's not right about them. But yeah. And so I think that's when Progression Classic comes to an end. The 3 people who want WoD are the stream snipers. Exactly. You haven't played WoD. Yeah, there's a handful of people that haven't played WoD. Let me tell you, like, you're not missing anything. And, like, the only way it would be okay for them to do a Warlords of Draenor, firstly, you can't call it classic, okay? You're gonna have to call it Warlords of Draenor Remastered, Warlords of Draenor Reforged. You're not gonna get away with calling it classic, so you're gonna have to change that. The second thing is, Warlords of Draenor was the first expansion that they cut short. They had a bunch of content planned for WoD and a bunch of story planned for WoD that never happened. So, if you've never experienced WoD before, let me tell you, it was a fucking letdown. And you're not missing anything great, because a big chunk, like Shadowlands, a big chunk of the middle of the story was simply removed. Because the game wasn't doing as well as they needed it to, and they couldn't justify the continued development expenses. So they cut an entire patch out of WoD that was supposed to have a bunch of story in it, that was supposed to focus on Urel, that was supposed to have a Shatrath raid, and a bunch of stuff. And so unless they're going to put that content in the game, unless they're going to make that content and put that content into the game and give us the Warlords of Draenor that was supposed to be before stuff got cut for budgetary reasons, I don't think they have a right to release that expansion again, because that was a failed expansion. If you have to cut an entire major patch like Shadowlands, that's a failed expansion, and I don't think they have a right to release a failed expansion and sell people a deluxe edition and sell people digital content and try to work up hype to re-release something that failed unless they're gonna fix it. And we know they're not gonna put in the development time to fix it, let's be real. We know they're not gonna make the Shatrath raid. We know they're not gonna add that content. Yeah, I don't think they have a right to go forward and release WoD again. An admittedly failed disaster of an expansion that was basically universally disliked for that reason. I don't have the collector's quest yet. No, we haven't been killing the guys yet to do the gold schedule. Right now we're just farming the linen bandanas. Eventually we'll do the stuff over at Westbrook, and then we'll hope that we get the gold schedule to drop. Although sometimes the item drops and sometimes it doesn't drop. So we'll see if we get to do that one. Do these guys drop the wearable bandana? I think the ones in Westfall drop it. The one that's like a rogue only item. I don't think these guys drop it. I think we gotta wait till Westfall. Oh, there's a chest in here, though. I'm gonna go in here just to get the chest. We don't need this guy right now, but... Nage, thanks for hanging out for a bit. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, this was the place in Turtle WoW where we couldn't cast into the house. That was nail number 1 in the coffin for Turtle WoW. It's like, I get it, they're on an old version of the client. I'll just wait until they're on the Unreal version for their 2.0. And we'll check it out with less jank. Because yeah, when I couldn't shoot into the house, like when I couldn't get the fireball into the house, like, oh, that was frustrating. It made that quest, like, very, very difficult to try to approach, like, especially trying to do it solo. Basically impossible. Would I zoom in a little bit? I mean, I'm already so much more zoomed in than most people play. Are you trolling me? Like, I mean, I could be here, but yeah, typically I play around this camera. Like, I play anywhere from here to right here. It depends. But yeah, most people who play WoW play like this. So yeah, like compared to how most people play, especially on the internet, I stay pretty zoomed in, like most of the time. I also try to provide like different angles of the game for you guys that like you wouldn't normally see on when you're playing, like this angle right here. So I do try to do quite a bit to make the viewing experience like a little bit different than how you might see the game when you're playing. We don't need shirts. We don't need any shirts. Cloth waste we don't need. We don't need the apple. We don't need the water. Malachite can go. Charred wolf meat can go. Kashik, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here. Let's see about cooking. Alright, I think we can hearth back. Yeah, let's do that. Let's hearth out of here. And let's train level 12. We get kick. So we get our interrupt, which is actually huge.
Hello.
And we learn how to parry. Also a nice skill to have.
Be careful.
Greetings. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Be careful for the Alliance. What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Alright, so we're going to head out to Westbrook Garrison. And we're going to work on the quest out here. We're going to farm the gnolls, and we're going to see if they'll drop the gold schedule. The gold schedule will give us a quest to go back out to the farm here and kill the collector guy we just killed a minute ago. And then we can take care of this stuff. along the way we'll turn in the princess quest at some point. Maybe we'll stop by the farm and do that first. We might make it to 14 or 15. We've been making some pretty steady progress. Doing Dunmorrow in one shot, all of it all the way through, was much better than how I usually do it, which I usually split it in half, which adds a lot more travel time back and forth between Elwyn and Dunmorrow. So I think that helped us out a lot.
Hey there. Farewell. Safe travels.
Oh yeah, no, we're halfway through 13 already. Yeah, with the kill rate and with the way we've done the questing, we've just made like really expedient progress.
Need help? For the Alliance, well met. Go with honor, friend.
And it helps that like a lot of these quests are basically muscle memory for me at this point. That's helpful too. The button pressing has been really fun, and we don't have to slam too many buttons. I mean, I'm obviously pressing more buttons than on the Paladin, but it feels right. It feels good. Alright, we have a chest here. This is 4 enemies. We've got elixirs. I'm gonna put some buff food up. We have a potion. We have kick. I don't think any of them are casters. We have evasion. I'm gonna try to kill these guys so we can loot this chest. You know what? I could sap one of them. Maybe I should sap this guy here. Well, that was pretty easy with sap. We haven't needed to use the potion yet. So we still have the potion up. Yeah, I mean, we had a few different theories about the weapon speed thing. I'm not actually sure, like, how much it's gonna matter for our spec. Because we're gonna be doing a combat spec with swords. So, like, with that in mind, I'm not really sure how much the weapon speed is gonna matter to us. It was only a bunch of junk, but it was worth it to see, like, what we could accomplish, like, what we could take on. Apparently we could take on quite a bit as long as they're green and as long as we have evasion up. What kind of coffee do I drink? The hot kind. The hot kind with a little bit of milk. Yeah, we know what we want. Like, we know we want a fast offhand and a slow main hand. The only source of debate, and people had different ideas about this, is why, what it impacts. Somebody thought that we want a faster offhand because that's going to be applying a certain type of poison, and we want it to apply that poison as quickly as possible. Some people think it's ability related. And so yeah, we know what the prevailing, like, theory is behind, like, what we need. We just don't understand, like, necessarily the exact mathematics and what exactly it affects and what it doesn't affect. Because of the hit rate of applying. Yeah, that's kind of what we thought, was that it had something to do with applying the poison, maybe especially on the offhand. And right now we don't have poisons. So basically, until we're level 20 and we do the poison quest, our weapon speed doesn't really matter. Oh snap, I really did not want to pull Hogger. I'm gonna have to try to leash him. I did post in general chat to see if anybody else wants Hogger. We saw a couple players around here, but I don't see anybody right this minute. I don't know if we can take him. Between a potion, we have a couple of things going on. We have potions. We could do a gouge and we could bandage for a couple seconds with gouge. We have evasion up. Like, we have some tools. I just don't know if we can deal enough damage to him. I've got big potions. I've got a couple of big potions I could use. Do I want to give it a shot? Kind of. I kind of want to give it a shot. Stealth doesn't really do a lot for us here. It just kind of like guarantees that maybe I'll get the first hit in. I can't backstab because we don't have daggers. I'm gonna hold off a minute before popping evasion until I can see like exactly how much damage he's dealing. Okay, I'm gonna pop evasion. I'm gonna pop evasion now. I'm gonna hold off as long as I can on the potion. I think we got this. Guys, I don't even need the potion. What the heck? This class is OP. I didn't even need, look, they're standing in line, like, they didn't invite me. We didn't need a potion. It's crazy. We didn't need a potion, I didn't need to gouge or bandage, like, absolutely bonkers. Rogue is Biss. Yeah, Rogue is freaking amazing. We deal so much damage, it's kind of insane. This is the lowest level I've ever been when I've soloed Hogger, so that's a milestone. Is it time to stand in line yet for the free gold that the guild leader gives out? I think he does that at 5 o'clock on the weekdays. I don't know if there is any, if we're getting our universal basic income on the weekends or not. We'll find out at 5 o'clock. Because he usually announces in guild chat when he's gonna go stand at the fountain. Everybody go. I'm not gonna go get in line. I don't really need the 3 gold that bad, but we'll see if he announces it today. Maybe he takes weekends off. The world, thanks for being here and checking out the stream. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Kyle, thanks for saying so. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. Alright, so the question is, did we get the gold schedule? And the answer to that is, oh my god, we did. Guys, we looted the gold schedule. This has been too good. We soloed Hogger. We got the gold schedule. I didn't even notice. I didn't have to kill 500 extra gnolls to get it. We just got it. That's awesome. Dustin, I appreciate you being here for all of it, man. It's actually a long time now. It's crazy to think we've been streaming for more than a year.
Light be with you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
It's especially crazy because when I started this channel...
Be careful.
Even before I played WoW on this channel, like, I never had any intention to stream. And even when I started playing Classic on this channel, I never had any intention to stream. So the fact that I ended up streaming and that we've been doing it for over a year is pretty amazing, actually. You guys have been exceptional. I remember the first time I tried to go live, just to test, like, that everything worked. Not really expecting, like, I didn't expect anyone to, like, come hang out, and I wasn't even ready to, like, to really stream. And, like, within minutes, there was, like, 40, 50, 60 of you guys hanging out. And, like, all I was trying to do was do a technical test. To see if, like, my OBS was still set up properly, to see if it could connect, and, like, when I did that test, I had been kind of thinking about streaming for official hardcore launch, because the official hardcore launch was still like months and months away, and we were still doing hardcore on Bloodsail Buccaneers. And so I was just doing a technical test to see, like, can I even go live? But then you guys showed up, and then we started streaming on Bloodsail Buccaneers instead of me waiting until the official hardcore launch, and the rest is history. Alright, so now the plan is we're going to make our way all the way back out to the east. And I think that while we're out here, this would probably be a good time just to go grab the Red Ridge flight point. We can ride that flight point back to Stormwind. And then that way at least we have it for the future. I should probably be collecting herbs, and I should go off-road here so we can collect some more herbs along the way. Chicken yoki soup. I mean, sounds good. I'm basically ready for soup. I think I'm ready for soup. Is Rogue more exciting than other classes? Is it exciting? It's faster paced, and it's a lot more damage. But I like all the classes that I play. The great thing about Classic Era is every class actually feels different. Every class has a different pace. Every class has a different sense of momentum. Every class varies depending on, like, how much downtime there is between fights.
For the Alliance, light bless you.
That's, like, the great thing about Classic Era, is just how different the classes feel to play. Do I need this chess piece? I think I might.
For the Alliance, be careful. Go with honor, friend.
1 agility, 2 stam. Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit better than what we have. Do I want to do anything while we're in town? Like, maybe we should do some alchemy.
I supply only the finest goods.
I'm gonna save some of these mats. I want to make a bunch of healing potions, and I want to put them in the bank. But they only stack to 5, so I don't think I'm gonna make these right now. I think I'm gonna wait till we're in Stormwind. That way I can throw a bunch of them right into my bank, and they don't have to sit in my inventory.
Be careful.
What about cooking? Not really a lot going on there. Okay. Let's head out. I think we're good. Yeah, we're Herbalism Alchemy on this character. Yep, this is going to be our potion maker. Maury, unfortunately, there's not really a way to do what you're talking about the way that you mean it. And the big reason for that is, like, back World of Warcraft was not a game that really had an MSQ. Like, back in vanilla especially, like the content that we're playing now, which is the original content, the first edition of the game that came out in 2004, like, there is not an MSQ the way you're going to think about an MSQ. The idea of an MSQ, like, didn't really start surfacing in World of Warcraft, I guess, until, like, maybe Wrath of the Lich King, maybe Cataclysm. But even then, the stories are much more about, like, the individual zones and what's going on in the zones. That's how Classic kind of handled storytelling. And then there were stories about, like, the endgame stuff and the raids and the big villains and what was going on. But there was never really an MSQ the way you might think from, like, Final Fantasy XIV or even games like ESO. And so, like, nowadays, to do what you're describing, it's A, it's not really possible to do it, and B, it doesn't matter. Because there is not a continuous story throughout World of Warcraft. There are things that happen in the lore, there are big events that happen, there are small events that happen. There are some core characters that you see that grow and change a little bit between the expansions, but World of Warcraft hasn't historically approached its storytelling that way. Like, the idea of an MSQ in WoW is a more recent invention. And I would say, like, even when we started to have an MSQ in World of Warcraft, the stories from expansion to expansion, though they were connected to each other, like, by existing one after the next, like, they're not directly connected. It's almost like each expansion story could kind of be, like, consumed on its own. Yeah, you can't really compare it to games that have a true, like, MSQ. Yeah, WoW is more about the lore and the smaller stories than the big one. And, like, nowadays they try to have a big overarching story. In my experience, like, the big overarching stories in WoW are really hit or miss. And I think the best thing that WoW did for the game was, like, back in the day, just having the story be about the events happening in the zone, the smaller, like, boots on the ground stuff happening in each area. And then by reading the quest, you form an idea of, like, what's going on in the zone, who the major players are in the zone, like a little bit of the history and the lore of the zone and stuff like that.
What can I do for you?
I think it was really Warlords of Draenor was the expansion that really tried to follow like a linear story. That was the expansion where we saw them starting to try to make that shift.
Light bless you.
Between having just like bits of lore, bits of story, bits of zone story, and then in Warlords of Draenor they kind of went hard on having like a kind of a linear story arc that they tried to progress through. As a person who's played the game since it came out, like I enjoyed the game and the gameplay and the zones a lot more before they started to try to push any kind of MSQ. The game was more interesting. The world felt more mysterious. My place in the world felt like I could get more immersed in it. And like as they started to try to push a bigger MSQ, it kind of took the world away from World of Warcraft. And it stopped being as much about the world and my character traveling through it, and it started to be more about kind of this lackluster story that they were trying to tell, and the characters that they wanted to focus on for that particular expansion from the lore. Like my gameplay experience over time as a player like kind of deteriorated, because I thought that the way they were handling things, where each zone had its own stories, its own characters, and its own lore, was much better than what we got in Warlords of Draenor and after. Now that being said, the Legion expansion was actually pretty good. The story and lore in Legion I enjoyed. Mainly that was because I enjoyed the characters that we were hanging out with. But that cast of characters is always hit or miss, since they started to kind of like swap characters out in different expansions. Where, you know, in one expansion you're hanging out with Khadgar, but then suddenly you don't see Khadgar for 3 expansions, and then Khadgar comes back, and then Khadgar gets murdered. And you're like, okay, rip. I think that having an MSQ is pointless if you're not going to follow the same cast of characters from expansion to expansion. Like, think about Final Fantasy XIV and the Scions. Like, you follow the Scions through every single expansion. And so they get to grow those characters over time. Those characters develop, those characters evolve, those characters change classes sometimes. They change outfits, they change classes, and your character evolves with them. And so you get immersed in those characters, and they start to have value to you, and therefore you're more invested in the story. And WoW never got that right. When they started to have a main story for each expansion, it was like each expansion they would throw different heroes into the mix. So that, like, if you had a favorite hero whose story arc you were interested in, you weren't going to get to see them in every expansion. You weren't going to know what's going on with them unless you read, like, 3 short stories and waited, like, 8 years to see them pop up in the next expansion they were starring in. And it's hard to build attachment to characters when you're taking, like, 4 years off of seeing them. It's hard to really give a crap. And that was, like, where they kind of went wrong early on. Did I enjoy the story and campaign of The War Within? Absolutely not. No, I thought the storytelling was very bland. I thought the characters were very bland. Like, I didn't like the characters. I didn't care about the characters. Nothing was done to really make me relate to them or care about them. It seemed like just a random cast of characters that was forced on me. And the story was just boring. Like, the story took no chances. The story was not exciting. The story was told in their typical way of like trying to tell the story through like a little bit of spoken dialogue, a little bit of quest reading. It didn't do anything for me. No, I didn't like the story because I don't like the characters. And if the story's not fun and immersive, and the characters aren't fun and immersive, and the gameplay's not fun and immersive, then it's really hard to call it a good RPG if I'm not getting immersed into any part of it. Alright, surprisingly, we are already done with this quest. I thought that would take a little bit longer to farm that up. Let's go turn this one in. We'll come down here and we'll try to get the collector, and then we'll head to Red Ridge and we'll grab the flight point. WoW's MSQ came in Legion. That might have been when they started doing the campaign quest. But as far as following like a linear series of events with a cast of characters, like that started in WoD. You know, we went through the portal with Khadgar, there was the big cutscene, they flung an orc guy through it. Like, we are on a very tight narrative by the time we get into Warlords of Draenor. Like, Pandaria had a narrative, but it was a little bit looser and felt a little bit more classic, the way it unfolded. But by Warlords of Draenor, there was that tight, you were riding a rail of narrative. And yeah, and I can't remember if they had if WoD was when they started calling some of them campaign quests and some of them were not. I don't know if that was when they did that, but it was definitely when like the design philosophy was there to have like a main story arc that was like a much tighter ride than they had previously. So, okay, there's only 2 of them right now. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll just kill the caster really fast. And we'll kill this other guy, and then we'll be waiting on a respawn. I feel like these guys usually respawn pretty quickly. The body disappeared, that's a good sign. Do a little bit, we'll use their oven here, do a little bit of cooking. Just go into the house, kill them, and use their kitchen. No big deal. Do I like the warband feature? Meh. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I don't think that it adds a lot of value to the game. I think the systems behind it, like sharing progress and stuff, is fine. I don't know. Listen, I don't have retail installed right now. I'm at a point where I'm retired. This is my World of Warcraft retirement home. and I uninstalled retail the other day. And I deleted the icon from my BattleNet, so my BattleNet now only has Classic. It has no other icons, and I have no other Blizzard games installed on my PC. And that's it. Like I'm pretty much done. Unless they completely change the way Modern WoW plays, unless they completely change the way Modern WoW feels, unless they completely change the class design, I just need to play other games, and so I'm gonna play Classic, and then I'm gonna find other games to play, because I think I'm done wasting my time with Modern WoW. It's not a game that's made for me anymore. Like, I'm no longer the target audience of Modern WoW, and that doesn't mean it's a bad game, because it's not a bad game. It's a game that a lot of people really love, and that a lot of people have a lot of fun with on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. I just don't. I don't have fun with it. And so, like, they don't need to change the game. What happens is I just stop playing the game and I go play other games. And then the people that enjoy Modern WoW, they keep playing it. And we dinged by discovery. Can I get the Mage Royal? Ooh, I can get the Mage Royal. I might have to fight 2 level 15 spiders to do it, but I feel like it's worth it. Yeah, even with the enemies being a level or so above us, it doesn't really seem to matter. They deal a little bit more damage to us, but we still kill them really fast. This guy's level 16. Let's see, with the poison, he'll probably do some damage. It's not bad. I don't often try to fight guys that are multiple levels above me, so... Oh, we can get Briarthorn. Oh, that's nice. We need Briarthorn for the next rank of potions. Well, there we go. Can make one of those now. Alright, onward to the town.
Greetings, light bless you.
Ah, yes, we are in contested territory now, so we could be ganked at any time. Kinda hoping that we don't, but it could happen. A level 17 whelp with fireballs. This could get ugly. This could get really ugly. Oh, we got him. Where does the word gank come from? From video games.
Light be with you.
Comes from video games.
Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Where do you come from?
Can I help you?
Maybe we can grab the quest to go talk to the different people in the different cities. Maybe that's available to us at 14. Price of shoes is good. We have to go to the Lion's Pride Inn for this one.
You need something?
Or at least we have to go to Goldshire. So let's grab this one. Then we'll take the one from the mayor. Yeah, messenger to Stormwind.
Well met. King's honor, friend.
Alright, and now I think we fly back to Stormwind. See, I was right. I wasn't making it up. It came from video games.
What can I do for you?
Farewell.
And while we're here, I want to try to find some better weapons. We have 21 gold, so maybe we'll find something a little bit better than what we have. Is the line forming? The line might have already gone. He was lined up a little bit ago. I don't think I'm going to stand in line again for the gold. I did it once. Because I thought, like, that's a cool little, like, social experiment. I don't think I'm going to do it every day. Not that I don't appreciate the thought, but I wonder, like, maybe my time is worth more than the 3 gold.
Greetings. Be careful. Light bless you. Be careful for the Alliance.
What is this? Our operatives in the field are reporting heavy Defias activity south of Goldshire. The reports indicate that the Defias have taken over Jared's Landing and are now using it as a way to smuggle large quantities of contraband from Red Ridge to Westfall. I need you to infiltrate the dockhouse and get me that shipping schedule. You will probably find it buried deep in the pockets of... Oh, this is the pickpocket quest. Okay. Nice.
Light bless you.
What I consider leveling in Darkshore, I take all of my classic characters through all of the zones, all of the low-level stuff. So yeah, we're gonna do Darkshore at level 17. 16 or 17 is when I take my characters to Darkshore. But yeah, in Vanilla Era we have to. It's not even really an option, because you need all the quests you can get. Somebody is around here killing NPCs. That is sad. The guild leader of the gold that we're in. The guild leader of the guild that we're in. Let's try that again. They hand out gold every day at 5 o'clock. They hand out gold to everybody in the guild. And depending on how long you've been in the guild, you get a different amount of gold. Like, starting off in the guild, you can collect 3 gold a day. And so at 5 o'clock, somebody in the guild stands at the fountain, everybody lines up who wants the gold, and then they give out the gold. It looks like that time for the day has come and gone. Yeah. Yeah, they did it a little bit earlier. I saw them announce it in guild chat. But yeah. Okay, what I wanted to do, I wanted to make these potions and put them in the bank. But I'm gonna run out of inventory. That's what's actually gonna happen. Amy, thanks for letting me know.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
King's honor, friend.
I hope James will eat it. That would be good.
Safe travels.
Oh wow, we also found the Westfall deed. I've only found this item like one other time. And like, where did I find this? It had to have dropped off the knolls. This is the deed to an expanse of farmlands within Westfall. It is signed Theodore Furbrow and is co-signed by his wife Verna. And on the back of the deed are hastily scrawled words. We leaned on Furbrow and got his deed. Thought it might be handy if you wanted to forge one of these for your own place. Very cool. I hardly ever get that quest. That's awesome. It dropped off the mage that was with the collector. Oh. That can't be a guaranteed drop because I've only gotten that a few times. Or maybe I've gotten it and I never noticed. I don't know.
Well met. Be careful. Looking for something specific?
There's no way I'm gonna need all these potions. Especially, like, yeah. I'm probably gonna end up selling some of them. Maybe putting them on the auction house. Because, yeah, I think even making the lesser healing potions, I don't think there's any way that we'll need as many as we have. Because we already have a ton in the bank. I'll take a look at how many I have in the bank, and I might put some of these stacks up on the auction house for cheap. Otherwise, they're going to eat up all my bank space. And then I can't start making these until I have more Briarthorn.
Farewell.
Is Briarthorn cheap? We could check, but probably not very cheap. I need to send this character a little bit more gold. I only have 20 gold on this character. So I need to send over a little bit more. I have characters we're not playing that have gold. Like, the Priest has 76 gold. My other Paladin has 27 gold. The Warrior has 12 gold. I need to consolidate some of the gold. Oh god, the storming music is so loud. There we go. Alright, I'll dump them in the bank for now. And then we'll figure it out later, like how many we need for crafting, how many we want to sell. There we go. It's a decent inventory of potions. I'm ready to open up my own potion shop.
Be careful.
That's a good point, Alex. I can see how many I have in the Bagnon interface. Yeah, apparently I have 109. 109 minor health potions. That's an impressive number to me. Alright, we'll check the auction house for weapons. We'll check on the cost of Briarthorn also. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, it's not cheap. Not cheap enough that I want to buy any right now. Not with the gold that I currently have. Let's check weapons. We're level 14. Let's just check level 12 to 14 weapons. Check maces. There we go. That's a good main hand. It's a little bit of a boost. 4 attack power, 2.3 speed, 29 top end. Let's grab that for the main hand. Let's look for a sword that's a little bit faster for the offhand. 1.9 speed with 2 agility. That's perfect for the offhand. There we go. I don't know if we want to buy any gear. Our chest piece is okay. Everything else is kind of bad. Six agility could be good. I don't know that I want to spend 5 or 6 gold on a belt at this level. Stamina agility of the monkey for 4 gold. 4 gold seems like a lot. I'll grab it. I'm gonna send myself a little bit more money anyway. Agility and spirit seems pretty decent. That's really cheap, so I'll go ahead and grab these. Yeah, again, it's a little expensive, but that's okay. They want 24 gold for the hands. I think I'll just grab the agility spirit for 84 silver. And that should be good for now. And there we go. That is our new look. Let's go vendor the old stuff.
Help you find something?
And while we're here, I think we should go visit the alchemy trainer. Alchemy trainer is over in the mage quarter. Oh, I also have a talent point to spend. We'll put the last point into lightning reflexes here. So that'll be 3 out of 5. And then I think we're moving down into the next tier. We can do either deflection, increase our parry. Yeah, we need riposte. So we're actually going to go all 5 points into deflection and get riposte as soon as we can. Riposte is a strike that becomes active after parrying an opponent's attack. It deals additional 150% weapon damage and disarms the target. So that's huge.
Vishnu Allah, farewell.
Who can teach me the next rank? Oh no, we got it. Okay, I didn't notice. Okay, so we're good now up to 150 for both herbalism and alchemy. We've got water breathing pots, elixir of wisdom, Okay, awesome. And I think that's all we have to do here. I can't think of anything else we need to do in Stormwind. After this, it's Darnassus. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, we'll have that flight point by then. Because we'll head out to Darnassus around level 16 or 17. Which is actually really soon. I'm going to hearth back to Goldshire. We have a turn in there. And then I can also train First Aid.
Hey there. See you later.
Greetings. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend.
Hey there. Have a good one. See you around. See you later. For the Alliance.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
Alright, I'm gonna head into Redridge. We can pick up the low-level quest there, and we can grab the flight point. And we'll probably work on a little bit in Westfall. I probably said Redridge. We're going to Westfall, not Redridge. And we'll grab the low-level stuff, and we'll probably be bouncing back and forth between Westfall and Loch Modan for the next little bit of questing. I like to kind of knock out like the low-level stuff in each area. The confusing part is I think there is a private server called Whitemane. That's the confusing part. Or maybe it's called Warmane. Maybe it's not Whitemane. Maybe the private server I'm thinking of is Warmane.
Hello. See you around. See you later. Have a good one.
You need something? Safe travels. See you around.
There are a ton of people in Westfall right now. 42 people. Between 11 and 17 leveling up in Westfall. That's a lot of activity.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
Well met. See you around. What can I do for you? Be careful. Safe travels.
Am I going another 30 minutes? Probably not 30 minutes. I'm actually quite hungry, and thankfully I have an amazing wife, and she's making soup, and I am very much looking forward to eating some soup as soon as it's ready. Because the lunch I had was not much of a lunch, to be honest. Oh dear God. What have I done? Tim, that sounds awesome, man. That's great. Oh God. We started off strong, but we just couldn't finish it. Level 19. So yeah, a level 19 elemental, little bit too much for us to handle at level 14, it turns out. So we'll put a skull on that guy, and we will try to avoid him. John Rex, thanks for being here and hanging out, man. Have a great rest of your weekend. still managed to aggro him. There we go. At least he leashes pretty easily. We're maxed out now on weapon skills, yeah. And like the great thing about the rogue is we have a different type of weapon in each hand. So as long as we continue with a mace and a sword, we'll always keep those two leveled up. And I don't think we'll be using daggers very much, not with the combat build. From what I understand with the combat build, like we probably won't be using daggers. I'm not even sure if we will be using maces. Because I think eventually we specialize in sword. Oh, we have to pick. Okay, so yeah, eventually we pick what we're going to specialize in. And we're probably going to go sword spec. So eventually I think all we'll have to worry about are our swords. Yeah, daggers are for assassination builds. Yeah, I've kind of been shocked by the pace that we've been able to move at. This is an even faster pace than I would move on a warrior. And I know that in Classic era, warriors are supposed to be the highest DPS. But I feel like that's looking at them from like an endgame perspective. And I feel like the kill rate on the rogue is higher than the kill rate on the warrior while leveling up. And I've leveled a lot of warriors. So, yeah, it's been kind of crazy. Yeah, I think on the rogue, constantly upgrading our weapons is going to be really important. Like, always having upgrades, like every 5 levels, having the best weapons that we can afford is probably going to matter quite a bit if we want to keep this pace going. I'd only be level 8 at this time if I was playing a druid. Yeah, I wonder what my slash plate is. Slash plate is 8 hours, 19 minutes. 8 hours and 19 minutes. I feel like that's pretty good for level 14 and a half. What happened to the Paladin? Nothing happened. See the comments I have pinned at the top of the chat. That comment will explain everything. Dinner is ready. All right, I'm gonna finish this quest. I need one more Murloc eye, one more vulture meat, and then that'll be it. But yeah, I'm gonna finish this one, and I'll be right up. Of course, the drop rate could stop dropping. It could take 20 more minutes. Either way, I'm gonna try to finish it. There we go. Whew. Okay. How's it feel murdering all these blind Murlocs? It feels pretty good. Yeah, I don't know why none of them had eyes. Yeah, apparently none of them had eyes. And now we need to find one more piece of vulture meat. Preferably, like, as we make our way back. If we could just come across it, that'd be great. Alright, on second thought, instead of pushing to complete these quests, I'm gonna save them for next time. Guys, I've had a great day. Thank you all very much for being here and hanging out today. I appreciate it and all the support, as always. Hope you guys have a great rest of your afternoon or evening time, and a good rest of your weekend. I will be back on Monday. We're gonna start Monday on the Paladin in Ungoro Crater, and then we'll probably jump back on the Rogue at the end of the day for like the last hour of the day or so. So yeah. Guys, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.